Chapter 4. Dinner at Fernley. It was just a few minutes before 7:30 when I rang the front doorbell of Fernley Park. The door was opened with admirable promptitude by Parker, the butler. The night was such a fine one that I had preferred to come on foot. I stepped into the big square hall, and Parker relieved me of my overcoat. Just then, Ackroyd's secretary, a pleasant young fellow by the name of Raymond, passed through the hall on his way to Ackroyd's study, his hands full of papers. "Good evening, Doctor. Coming to dine? Or is this a professional call?" The last was in allusion to my black bag, which I had laid down on the oak chest. I explained that I expected a summons to a confinement case at any moment, and so had come out prepared for an emergency call. Raymond nodded and went on his way, calling over his shoulder, "Go into the drawing room. You know the way. The ladies will be down in a minute. I must just take these papers to Mr. Ackroyd, and I'll tell him you're here." On Raymond's appearance, Parker had withdrawn, so I was alone in the hall. I settled my tie, glanced in a large mirror which hung there, and crossed to the door directly facing me, which was, as I knew, the door of the drawing room. I noticed, just as I was turning the handle, a sound from within, the shutting down of a window I took it to be. I noted it, I may say, quite mechanically, without attaching any importance to it at the time. I opened the door and walked in. As I did so, I almost collided with Miss Russell, who was just coming out. We both apologized. For the first time, I found myself appraising the housekeeper and thinking what a handsome woman she must once have been. Indeed, as far as that goes, still was. Her dark hair was unstreaked with grey, and when she had a colour, as she had at this minute, the stern quality of her looks was not so apparent. Quite subconsciously, I wondered whether she had been out, for she was, breathing hard, as though she had been running. "I'm afraid I'm a few minutes early," I said. "Oh, I don't think so. It's gone 7:30, Dr. Shepherd." She paused a minute before saying, "I didn't know you were expected to dinner tonight. Mr. Ackroyd didn't mention it." I received a vague impression that my dining there displeased her in some way, but I couldn't imagine why. "How's the knee?" I inquired. "Much the same, thank you, Doctor. I must be going now. Mrs. Ackroyd will be down in a moment. I only came in here to see if the flowers were all right." She passed quickly out of the room. I strolled to the window, wondering at her evident desire to justify her presence in the room. As I did so, I saw what, of course, I might have known all the time had. I troubled to give my mind to it, namely that the windows were long, French ones opening on the terrace. The sound I had heard, therefore, could not have been that of a window being shut down. Quite idly, and more to distract my mind from painful thoughts than for any other reason, I amused myself by trying to guess what could have caused the sound in question. Coals on the fire? No, that was not the kind of noise at all. A drawer of the bureau pushed in? No, not that. Then my eye was caught by what, I believe, is called a silver table, the lid of which lifts, and through the glass of which you can see the contents. I crossed over to it, studying the things. There were 1 or 2 pieces of old silver, a baby shoe belonging to King Charles. The first, some Chinese jade figures, and quite a number of African implements and curios. Wanting to examine one of the jade figures more closely, I lifted the lid. It slipped through my fingers and fell. At once I recognized the sound I had heard. It was this same table lid, being shut down gently and carefully. I repeated the action once or twice for my own satisfaction. Then I lifted the lid to scrutinize the contents more closely. I was still bending over the open silver table when Flora Ackroyd came into the room. Quite a lot of people do not like Flora Ackroyd, but nobody can help admiring her, and to her friends, she can be very charming. The first thing that strikes you about her is her extraordinary fairness. She has the real Scandinavian pale gold hair. Her eyes are blue, blue as the waters of a Norwegian fjord, and her skin is cream and roses. She has square boyish shoulders and slight hips, and to a jaded medical man it is very refreshing to come across such perfect health. A simple, straightforward English girl. I may be old-fashioned, but I think the genuine article takes a lot of beating. Flora joined me by the silver table and expressed heretical doubts as to King Charles III ever having worn the baby shoe. And anyway, continued Miss Flora, all this making a fuss about things because someone wore or used them seems to me all nonsense. They're not wearing or using them now. The pen that George Eliot wrote, the mill on the floss, with that sort of thing, well, it's only just a pen after all. If you're really keen on George Eliot, why not get the Mill on the Floss in a cheap edition and read it? I suppose you never read such old out-of-date stuff, Miss Flora? You're wrong, Dr. Shepherd. I love the Mill on the Floss. I was rather pleased to hear it. The things young women read nowadays and profess to enjoy positively frighten me. You haven't congratulated me yet, Dr. Shepherd, said Flora. Haven't. You heard? She held out her left hand. On the third finger of it was an exquisitely set single pearl. I'm going to marry Ralph, you know, she went on. Uncle is very pleased. It keeps me in the family, you see. I took both her hands in mine. My dear, I said, I hope you'll be very happy. We've been engaged for about a month, continued Flora in her cool voice, but it was only announced yesterday. Uncle is going to do up cross-stones and give it to us to live in, and we're going to pretend to farm. Really, we shall hunt all the winter, town for the season, and then go yachting. I love the sea. And of course, I shall take a great interest in the parish affairs and attend all the mothers' meetings. Just then, Mrs. Ackroyd rustled in, full of apologies for being late. I am sorry to say I detest Mrs. Ackroyd. She is all chains and teeth. And bones. A most unpleasant woman. She has small, pale, flinty blue eyes, and however gushing her words may be, those eyes of hers always remain coldly speculative. I went across to her, leaving Flora by the window. She gave me a handful of assorted knuckles and rings to squeeze and began talking, volubly. Had I heard about Flora's engagement? So suitable in every way. The dear young things had fallen in love at first sight. Such a perfect pair, he so dark and she so fair. I can't tell you, my dear Dr. Shepherd, the relief to a mother's heart. Mrs. Ackroyd sighed, a tribute to her mother's heart, whilst her eyes remained shrewdly observant of me. I was wondering, you are such an old friend of dear Roger's. We know how much he trusts to your judgment, so difficult for me in my position as poor Cecil's widow. But there are so many tiresome things, settlements, you know, all that. I fully believe that Roger intends to make settlements upon dear Flora, but as you know, he is just a juddy leetle peculiar about money. Very usual, I've heard, amongst men who are captains of industry. I wondered, you know, if you could just sound him on the subject. Flora is so fond of you. We feel you are quite an old friend, although we have only really known you just over 2 years. Mrs. Ackroyd's eloquence was cut short as the drawing-room door opened. Once more. I was pleased at the interruption. I hate interfering in other people's affairs, and I had not the least intention of tackling Ackroyd on the subject of Flora's settlements. In another moment, I should have been forced to tell Mrs. Ackroyd as much. You know Major Blunt, don't you, Doctor? Yes, indeed, I said. A lot of people know Hector Blunt, at least by repute. He has shot more wild animals in unlikely places than any man living, I suppose. When you mention him, people say, Blunt, you don't mean the big game man, do you? His friendship with Ackroyd has always puzzled me a little. The two men are so totally dissimilar. Hector Blunt is perhaps 5 years Ackroyd's junior. They made friends early in life, and though their ways have diverged, the friendship still holds. About once in 2 years, Blunt spends a fortnight at Fernley, and an immense animal's head with an amazing number of horns, which fixes you with a glazed stare as soon as you come inside the front door, is a permanent reminder of the friendship. Blunt had entered the room now with his own peculiar, deliberate, yet soft-footed tread. He is a man of medium height, sturdily and rather stockily built. His face is almost mahogany-colored and is peculiarly expressionless. He has grey eyes that give the impression of always watching something that is happening very far away. He talks little, and what he does say is said jerkily, as though the words were forced out of him unwillingly. He said now, "How are you, Shepherd?" in his usual abrupt fashion, and then stood squarely in front of the fireplace, looking over our heads as though he saw something very interesting happening in Timbuktu. "Major Blunt," said Flora, "I wish you'd tell me about these African things. I'm sure you know what they all are. I have heard Hector Blunt described as a woman-hater, but I noticed that he joined Flora at the silver table with what might be described as alacrity. They bent over it together. I was afraid Mrs. Ackroyd would begin talking about settlements again, so I made a few hurried remarks about the new sweet pea. I knew there was a new sweet pea because the Daily Mail had told me so that morning. Mrs. Ackroyd knows nothing about horticulture, but she is the kind of woman who likes to appear well-informed about the topics of the day, and she too reads the Daily Mail. We were able to converse quite intelligently until Ackroyd and his secretary joined us, and immediately afterwards Parker announced dinner. My place at table was between Mrs. Ackroyd and Flora. Blunt was on Mrs. Ackroyd's other side and Geoffrey Raymond next to him. Dinner was not a cheerful affair. Ackroyd was visibly preoccupied. He looked wretched and ate next to nothing. Mrs. Ackroyd, Raymond, and I kept the conversation going. Flora seemed affected by her uncle's depression, and Blunt relapsed into his usual taciturnity. Immediately after dinner, Ackroyd slipped his arm through mine and led me off to his study. "Once we've had coffee, we shan't be disturbed again," he explained. I had told Raymond to see to it that we shouldn't be interrupted. I studied him quietly without appearing to do so. He was clearly under the influence of some strong excitement. For a minute or two he paced up and down the room. Then, as Parker entered with the coffee tray, he sank into an armchair in front of the fire. The study was a comfortable apartment. Bookshelves lined one wall of it. The chairs were big and covered in dark blue leather. A large desk stood by the window and was covered with papers neatly docketed and or filed. On a round table were various magazines and sporting papers. "I've had a return of that pain after food lately," remarked Ackroyd, casually, as he helped himself to coffee. "You must give me some more of those tablets of yours." It struck me that he was anxious to convey the impression that our conference was a medical one. I played up accordingly. "I thought as much. I brought some up with me." "Good man. Hand them over now." "They're in my bag in the hall. I'll get them." Ackroyd arrested me. "Don't you trouble. Parker will get them. Bring in the doctor's bag, will you, Parker?" "Very good, sir." Parker withdrew. As I was about to speak, Ackroyd threw up his hand. "Not yet. Wait, don't you see I'm in such a state of nerves that I can hardly contain myself?" I saw that plainly enough, and I was very uneasy. All sorts of forebodings assailed me. Ackroyd spoke again almost immediately. "Make certain that window's closed, will you?" he asked. Somewhat surprised, I got up and went to it. It was not a French window, but one of the ordinary sash type, the heavy blue velvet. Curtains were drawn in front of it, but the window itself was open at the top. Parker re-entered the room with my bag while I was still at the window. "That's all right," I said, emerging again into the room. "You've put the latch across?" Yes. "What's the matter with you, Ackroyd?" The door had just closed behind Parker, or I would not have put that question. Ackroyd waited just a minute before replying. "I'm in hell," he said slowly after a minute. "No, don't bother with those damned tablets. I only said that for Parker. Servants are so curious. Come here and sit down. The door's closed too, isn't it?" "Yes, nobody can overhear. Don't be uneasy." "Shepherd, nobody knows what I've gone through in the last 24 hours. If a man's house ever fell in ruins about him, mine has about me. This business of Ralph's is the last straw. But we won't talk about that now. It's the other. I don't know what to do about it. And I've got to make up my mind soon." "What's the trouble?" Ackroyd remained silent for a minute or two. He seemed curiously averse to begin. When he did speak, the question he asked came as a complete surprise. It was the last thing I expected. Shepherd, you attended Ashley Ferrars in his last illness, didn't you? Yes, I did. He seemed to find even greater difficulty in framing his next question. Did you never suspect, did it ever enter your head that he might have been poisoned? I was silent for a minute or two, then I made up my mind what to say. Roger Ackroyd was not Caroline. I'll tell you the truth, I said. At the time I had no suspicion, whatever, but since, well, it was mere idle talk on my sister's part, that first put the idea into my head. Since then, I haven't been able to get it out again. But mind you, I've no foundation whatever for that. Suspicion. He was poisoned, said Ackroyd. He spoke in a dull, heavy voice. Who by? I asked sharply. His wife. How do you know that? She told me so herself. When? Yesterday. My God, yesterday. It seems 10 years ago. I waited a minute, and then he went on. You understand, Shepherd, I'm telling you this in confidence. It's to go no further. I want your advice. I can't carry the whole weight by myself. As I said just now, I don't know what to do. Can you tell me the whole story? I said. I'm still in the dark. How did Mrs. Ferrars come to make this confession to you? It's like this. 3 months ago, I asked Mrs. Ferrars to marry me. She refused. I asked her again, and she consented, but she refused to allow me to make the engagement public until her year of mourning was up. Yesterday I called upon her, pointed out that a year and 3 weeks had now elapsed since her husband's death, and that there could be no further objection to making the engagement public property. Abbot had noticed that she had been very strange in her manner for some days. Now, suddenly, without the least warning, she broke down completely. She told me everything. Her hatred of her brute of a husband, her growing love for me, and the dreadful means she had taken, poison. My God, it was murder in cold blood. I saw the repulsion, the horror in Ackroyd's face, so Mrs. Ferrars must have seen it. Ackroyd is not the type of the great lover who can forgive all for love's sake. He is fundamentally a good citizen. All that was sound and wholesome and law-abiding in him must have turned from her utterly in that moment of revelation. Yes, he went on in a low, monotonous voice, she confessed everything. It seems that there is one person who has known all along, who has been blackmailing her for huge sums. It was the strain of that drove her nearly mad. Who was the man? Suddenly before my eyes there arose the picture of Ralph Peyton and Mrs. Ferrars side by side, their heads so close together. I felt a momentary throb of anxiety, supposing, oh, but surely that was impossible. I'd remembered the frankness of Ralph's greeting that very afternoon. Absurd. She wouldn't tell me his name, said Ackroyd slowly. As a matter of fact, she didn't actually say that it was a man. But of course, I agreed. It must have been a man, and you've no suspicion at all. For answer, Ackroyd groaned and dropped his head into his hands. It can't be, he said. I'm mad even to think of such a thing. No, I won't even admit to you the wild suspicion that crossed my mind. I'll tell you this much, though. Something she said made me think that the person in question might be actually among my household, but that can't be so. I must have misunderstood her. What did you say to her? I asked. What could I say? She saw, of course, the awful shock it had been to me. And then there was the question, what was my duty in the matter? She had made me, you see, an accessory after the fact. She saw all that, I think, quicker than I did. I was stunned, you know. She asked me for 24 hours, made me promise to do nothing till the end of that time, and she steadfastly refused to give me the name of the scoundrel who had been blackmailing her. I suppose she was afraid that I might go straight off and hammer him, and then the fat would have been in the fire as far as she was concerned. She told me that I should hear from her before 24 hours had passed. My God, I swear to you, Shepherd, that it never entered my head what she meant to do. Suicide. And I drove her to it. No, I said, don't take an exaggerated view of things. The responsibility for her death doesn't lie at your door. The question is, what am I to do now? The poor lady is dead. Why rake up past trouble? I rather agree with you, I said. But there's another point. How am I to get hold of that scoundrel who drove her to death as surely as if he'd killed her? He knew of the first crime and he fastened onto it like some obscene vulture. She's paid the penalty. Is he to go scot-free? I see, I said slowly. You want to hunt him down? It will mean a lot. Of publicity, you know. Yes, I've thought of that. I've zigzagged to and fro in my mind. I agree with you that the villain ought to be punished, but the cost has got to be reckoned. Ackroyd rose and walked up and down. Presently he sank into the chair. Again, look here, Shepherd, suppose we leave it like this. If no word comes from her, we'll let the dead things lie. What do you mean by word coming from her? I asked curiously. I have the strongest impression that somewhere or somehow she must have left a message for me before she went. I can't argue about it, but there it is. I shook my head. She left no letter or word of any kind, I asked. Shepherd, I'm convinced that she did. And more, I've a feeling that by deliberately choosing death, she wanted the whole thing to come out, if only to be revenged on the man who drove her to desperation. I believe that if I could have seen her then, she would have told me his name and bid me go for him for all I was worth. He looked at me. You don't believe in impressions? Oh yes, I do, in a sense. If, as you put it, word should come from her. I broke off. The door opened noiselessly, and Parker entered with a salver on which were some letters. The Evening Post, sir, he said, handing the salver to Ackroyd. Then he collected the coffee cups and withdrew. My attention, diverted for a moment, came back to Ackroyd. He was staring like a man turned to stone at a long blue envelope, the other. Letters he had let drop to the ground. Her writing, he said in a whisper. She must have gone out and posted it last night, just before... He ripped open the envelope and drew out a thick enclosure. Then he looked up sharply. You're sure you shut the window? He said. Quite sure, I said, surprised. Why? All this evening, I've had a queer feeling of being watched, spied, upon. What's that, Ma? He turned sharply. So did I. We both had the impression of hearing the latch of the door give ever so slightly. I went across to it and opened. There was no one there. Nerves, murmured Ackroyd to himself. He unfolded the thick sheets of paper and read aloud in a low voice. My dear, my very dear Roger, a life calls for a life, I see. That, I saw it in your face this afternoon, so I am taking the only road open to me. I leave to you the punishment of the person who has made my life a hell upon earth for the last year. I would not tell you the name this afternoon, but I propose to write it to you. Now, I have no children or near relations to be spared, so do not fear publicity. If you can, Roger, my very dear Roger, forgive me the wrong I meant to do you, since when the time came I could not do it after all. Ackroyd, his finger on the sheet to turn it over, paused. Shepherd, forgive me, but I must read this alone, he said unsteadily. It was meant for my eyes, and my eyes only. He put the letter in the envelope and laid it on the table. Later, when I am alone. No, I cried impulsively, read it now. Ackroyd stared at me in some surprise. I beg your pardon, I said, reddening. I do not mean read it aloud to me, but read it through whilst I am still here. Ackroyd shook his head. No, I'd rather wait. But for some reason obscure to myself, I continued to urge him. At least read the name of the man, I said. Now Ackroyd is essentially pig-headed. The more you urge him to do a thing, the more determined he is not to do it. All my arguments were in vain. The letter had been brought in at 20 minutes to 9. It was just. On 10 minutes to 9, when I left him, the letter still unread. I hesitated with my hand on the door handle, looking back and wondering if there was anything I had left undone. I could think of nothing. With a shake of the head, I passed out and closed the door behind me. I was startled by seeing the figure of Parker close at hand. He looked embarrassed, and it occurred to me that he might have been listening at the door. What a fat, smug, oily face the man had, and surely there was something decidedly shifty in his eye. Mr. Ackroyd particularly does not want to be disturbed, I said, coldly. He told me to tell you so. Quite so, sir. I fancied I heard the bell ring. This was such a palpable untruth that I did not trouble to reply. Preceding me to the hall, Parker helped me on with my overcoat, and I stepped out into the night. The moon was overcast, and everything seemed very dark and still. The village church clock chimed 9 o'clock. As I passed through the lodge gates, I turned to the left towards the village and almost cannoned into a man coming in the opposite direction. "This the way to Fernley Park, mister?" asked the stranger in a hoarse voice. I looked at him. He was wearing a hat pulled down over his eyes and his coat collar turned up. I could see little or nothing of his face, but he seemed a young fellow. The voice was rough and uneducated. "These are the lodge gates here," I said. "Thank you, mister." He paused and then added quite unnecessarily, "I'm a stranger in these parts, you see." He went on, passing through the gates as I turned to look after him. The odd thing was that his voice reminded me of someone's voice that I knew, but whose it was I could not think. 10 minutes later, I was at home once more. Caroline was full of the curiosity to know why I had returned so early. I had to make up a slightly fictitious account of the evening in order to satisfy her, and I had an uneasy feeling that she saw through the transparent device. At 10 o'clock I rose, yawned, and suggested bed. Caroline acquiesced. It was Friday night, and on Friday night I wind the clocks. I did it as usual, whilst Caroline satisfied herself that the servants had locked up the kitchen properly. It was 10:15 as we went up the stairs. I had just reached the top when the telephone rang in the hall below. "Mrs. Bates," said Caroline immediately. "I'm afraid so," I said ruefully. I ran down the stairs and took up the receiver. "What?" I said. "What? Certainly, I'll come at once." I ran upstairs, caught up my bag, and stuffed a few extra dressings into it. "Parker telephoning," I shouted to Caroline. "From Fernley. They've just found Roger Ackroyd murdered." Chapter 5. Murder. I got out the car in next to no time and drove rapidly to Fernley. Jumping out, I pulled the bell impatiently. There was some delay in answering, and I rang again. Then I heard the rattle of the chain, and Parker, his impassivity of countenance quite unmoved, stood in the open doorway. I pushed past him into the hall. "Where is he?" I demanded sharply. "I beg your pardon, sir." "Your master, Mr. Ackroyd. Don't stand there staring at me, man. Have you notified the police?" "The police, sir? Did you say the police?" Parker stared at me as though I were a ghost. "What's the matter with you, Parker? If, as you say, your master has been murdered..." A gasp broke from Parker. "The master murdered? Impossible, sir." It was my turn to stare. "Didn't you telephone to me not 5 minutes ago and tell me that Mr. Ackroyd had been found murdered?" "Me, sir? Oh, no, indeed, sir. I wouldn't dream of doing such a thing." "Do you mean to say it's all a hoax? That there's nothing the matter with Mr. Ackroyd?" "Excuse me, sir, did the person telephoning use my name?" "I'll give you the exact words I heard. Is that Dr. Shepherd?" "Parker, the butler at Fernley, speaking. Will you please come at once, sir? Mr. Ackroyd has been murdered." Parker and I stared at each other blankly. "A very wicked joke to play, sir," he said at last, in a shocked tone. "Fancy saying a thing like that." "Where is Mr. Ackroyd?" I asked suddenly. "Still in the study, I fancy, sir. The ladies have gone to bed, and Major Blunt and Mr. Raymond are in the billiard room." "I think I'll just look in and see him for a minute," I said. I know he didn't want to be disturbed again, but this odd practical joke has made me uneasy. I'd just like to satisfy myself that he's all right. "Quite so, sir. It makes me feel quite uneasy myself, if you don't object to my accompanying you as far as the door, sir." "Not at all," I said. "Come along." I passed through the door on the right, Parker on my heels, traversed the little lobby where a small flight of stairs led upstairs to Ackroyd's bedroom, and tapped on the study door. There was no answer. I turned the handle, but the door was locked. "Allow me, sir," said Parker. Very nimbly, for a man of his build, he dropped on one knee and applied his eye to the keyhole. Key is in the lock all right, sir, he said, rising. On the inside. Mr. Ackroyd must have locked himself in and possibly just dropped off. To sleep. I bent down and verified Parker's statement. It seems all right, I said, but all the same, Parker, I'm going. To wake your master up. I shouldn't be satisfied to go home without hearing from his own lips that he's quite all right. So saying, I rattled the handle and called out, Ackroyd, Ackroyd, just a minute. But still there was no answer. I glanced over my shoulder. I don't want to alarm the household, I said hesitatingly. Parker went across and shut the door from the big hall through which we had come. I think that will be all right now, sir. The billiard room is at the other side of the house, and so are the kitchen quarters and the ladies' bedrooms. I nodded comprehendingly. Then I banged once more frantically on the door and, stooping down, fairly bawled through the keyhole. Ackroyd, Ackroyd, it's Shepherd. Let me in. And still, silence, not a sign of life from within the locked room. Parker and I glanced at each other. Look here, Parker, I said. I'm going to break this door in. Or, rather, we are. I'll take the responsibility. If you say so, sir, said Parker rather doubtfully. I do say so. I'm seriously alarmed about Mr. Ackroyd. I looked round the small lobby and picked up a heavy oak chair. Parker, and I held it between us and advanced to the assault. Once, twice, and 3 times we hurled it against the lock. At the third blow it gave, and we staggered into the room. Ackroyd was sitting as I had left him in the armchair before the fire. His head had fallen sideways, and clearly visible, just below the collar of his coat, was a shining piece of twisted metalwork. Parker and I advanced till we stood over the recumbent figure. I heard the butler draw in his breath with a sharp hiss. Stabbed from B-end, he murmured. Horrible. He wiped his moist brow with his handkerchief, then stretched out a hand gingerly towards the hilt of the dagger. You mustn't touch that, I said sharply. Go at once to the telephone and ring up the police station. Inform them of what has happened. Then, tell Mr. Raymond and Major Blunt. Very good, sir. Parker hurried away, still wiping his perspiring brow. I did what little had to be done. I was careful not to disturb the position of the body and not to handle the dagger at all. No object was to be attained by moving it. Ackroyd had clearly been dead some little time. Then I heard young Raymond's voice, horror-stricken and incredulous, outside. What do you say? Oh, impossible. Where's the doctor? He appeared impetuously in the doorway, then stopped dead, his face very white. A hand put him aside, and Hector Blunt came past him into the room. My God, said Raymond from behind him. It's true, then. Blunt came straight on till he reached the chair. He bent over the body, and I thought that, like Parker, he was going to lay hold of the dagger hilt. I drew him back with one hand. Nothing must be moved, I explained. The police must see him exactly as he is now. Blunt nodded in instant comprehension. His face was expressionless as ever, but I thought I detected signs of emotion beneath the stolid mask. Geoffrey Raymond had joined us now and stood peering over Blunt's shoulder at the body. This is terrible, he said in a low voice. He had regained his composure, but as he took off the pince-nez he habitually wore and polished them, I observed that his hand was shaking. Robbery, I suppose, he said. How did the fellow get in? Through the window? Has anything been taken? He went towards the desk. You think it's burglary, I said slowly. What else could it be? There's no question of suicide, I suppose. No man could stab himself in such a way, I said confidently. It's murder right enough. But with what motive? Roger hadn't an enemy in the world, said Blunt quietly. Must have been burglars. But what was the thief after? Nothing seems to be disarranged. He looked round the room. Raymond was still sorting the papers on the desk. There seems nothing missing, and none of the drawers show signs of having been tampered with, the secretary observed at last. It's very mysterious. Blunt made a slight motion with his head. There are some letters on the floor here, he said. I looked down. 3 or 4 letters still lay where Ackroyd had dropped them earlier in the evening, but the blue envelope containing Mrs. Farrar's letter had disappeared. I half opened my mouth to speak, but at that moment the sound of a bell pealed through the house. There was a confused murmur of voices in the hall, and then Parker appeared with our local inspector and a police constable. "Good evening, gentlemen," said the inspector. "I'm terribly sorry for this. A good, kind gentleman like Mr. Ackroyd. The butler says it is. Murder. No possibility of accident or suicide, doctor?" "None whatever," I said. "Ah, a bad business." He came and stood over the body. "Been moved at all?" he asked sharply. "Beyond making certain that life was extinct, an easy matter, I have not disturbed the body in any way." "Ah, and everything points to the murderer having got clear away. For the moment, that is. Now then, let me hear all about it. Who found the body?" I explained the circumstances carefully. "A telephone message, you say? From the butler?" "A message that I never sent," declared Parker earnestly. "I've not been near the telephone the whole evening. The others can bear me out. That I haven't." "Very odd, that. Did it sound like Parker's voice, Doctor?" "Well, I can't say I noticed. I took it for granted, you see." "Naturally. Well, you got up here, broke in the door, and found poor Mr. Ackroyd like this. How long should you say he had been dead, Doctor?" "Half an hour at least, perhaps longer," I said. "The door was locked on the inside, you say. What about the window?" "I myself closed and bolted it earlier in the evening at Mr. Ackroyd's request." The inspector strode across to it and threw back the curtains. "Well, it's open now anyway," he remarked. True enough, the window was open, the lower sash being raised to its fullest extent. The inspector produced a pocket torch and flashed it along the sill. "Outside. This is the way he went all right," he remarked, "and got in. See, here." In the light of the powerful torch, several clearly defined footmarks could be seen. They seemed to be those of shoes with rubber studs in the soles. One particularly clear one pointed inwards, another, slightly overlapping it, pointed outwards. "Plain as a pikestaff," said the inspector. "Any valuables missing?" Geoffrey Raymond shook his head. "Not so that we can discover. Mr. Ackroyd never kept anything of particular value in this room." Said the inspector. "Man found an open window, climbed in, saw Mr. Ackroyd sitting there. Maybe he'd fallen asleep. Man stabbed him from behind, then lost his nerve and made off. But he's left his tracks, pretty clearly. We ought to get hold of him without much difficulty. No suspicious strangers been hanging about anywhere." "Oh," I said suddenly. "What is it, Doctor?" "I met a man this evening, just as I was turning out of the gate. He asked me the way to Fernley Park." "What time would that be?" "Just 9 o'clock. I heard it chime the hour as I was turning out of the gate." "Can you describe him?" I did so to the best of my ability. The inspector turned to the butler. "Anyone answering that description come to the front door?" "No, sir. No one has been to the house at all this evening." "What about the back?" "I don't think so, sir, but I'll make inquiries." He moved towards the door, but the inspector held up a large hand. "No, thanks. I'll do my own inquiring. But first of all, I want to fix the time a little more clearly. When was Mr. Ackroyd last seen alive?" "Probably by me," I said, "when I left at, let me see, about 10 minutes to 9. He told me that he didn't wish to be disturbed, and I repeated the order to Parker." "Just so, sir," said Parker respectfully. "Mr. Ackroyd was certainly alive at 9:30, put in Raymond, "for I heard his voice in here talking." "Who was he talking to?" "That I don't know. Of course, at the time I took it for granted that. It was Dr. Shepherd who was with him. I wanted to ask him a question about some papers I was engaged upon, but when I heard the voices I remembered that he had said he wanted to talk to Dr. Shepherd without being disturbed, and I went away again. But now it seems that the doctor had already left." I nodded. "I was at home by 9:15, I said. "I didn't go out again until I received the telephone call." "Who could have been with him at 9:30? queried the inspector. "It wasn't you, Mr. Major Blunt," I said. "Major Hector Blunt?" asked the inspector, a respectful tone creeping into his voice. Blunt merely jerked his head affirmatively. "I think we've seen you down here before, sir," said the inspector. "I didn't recognize you for the moment." But you were staying with Mr. Ackroyd a year ago last May. June, corrected Blunt. Just so, June it was. Now, as I was saying, it wasn't you with Mr. Ackroyd at 9:30 this evening? Blunt shook his head. Never saw him after dinner, he volunteered. The inspector turned once more to Raymond. You didn't overhear any of the conversation going on, did you, sir? I did catch just a fragment of it, said the secretary, and it's supposing, as I did, that it was Dr. Shepherd who was with Mr. Ackroyd. That fragment struck me as distinctly odd. As far as I can remember, the exact words were these. Mr. Ackroyd was speaking. The calls on my purse have been so frequent of late. That is what he was. Saying, of late, that I fear it is impossible for me to accede to your request. I went away again at once, of course, so did not hear any more. But I rather wondered, because Dr. Shepherd does not ask for loans for himself or subscriptions for others, I finished. A demand for money, said the inspector musingly. It may be that here we have a very important clue. He turned to the butler. You say, Parker, that nobody was admitted by the front door this evening? That's what I say, sir. Then it seems almost certain that Mr. Ackroyd himself must have admitted this stranger. But I don't quite see. The inspector went into a kind of daydream for some minutes. One thing's clear, he said at length, rousing himself from his absorption. Mr. Ackroyd was alive and well at 9:30. That is the last moment at which he is known to have been alive. Parker gave vent to an apologetic cough, which brought the inspectors eyes on him at once. Well, he said sharply, if you'll excuse me, sir, Miss Flora saw him after that. Miss Flora? Yes, sir. About 9:45, that would be. It was after that. She told me Mr. Ackroyd wasn't to be disturbed again tonight. Did he send her to you with that message? Not exactly, sir. I was bringing a tray with soda and whiskey when Mr. Flora, who was just coming out of this room, stopped me and said her uncle didn't want to be disturbed. The inspector looked at the butler with rather closer attention than he had bestowed on him up to now. You'd already been told that Mr. Ackroyd didn't want to be disturbed, hadn't you? Parker began to stammer. His hands shook. Yes, sir, quite so, sir. And yet you were proposing to do so. I'd forgotten, sir. At least, I always bring the whiskey and soda about that time, sir, and ask if there's anything more, and I thought, well, I was doing as usual without thinking. It was at this moment that it began to dawn upon me that Parker was most suspiciously flustered. The man was shaking and twitching all over. Said the inspector. I must see Miss Ackroyd at once. For the moment we'll leave this room exactly as it is. I can return here after. I've heard what Miss Ackroyd has to tell me. I shall just take the precaution of shutting and bolting the window. This precaution accomplished, he led the way into the hall, and we followed him. He paused a moment as he glanced up at the little staircase, then spoke over his shoulder to the constable. Jones, you'd better stay here. Don't let anyone go into that room. Parker interposed deferentially. If you'll excuse me, sir, if you were to lock the door into the main hall, nobody could gain access to this part. That staircase leads only to Mr. Ackroyd's bedroom and bathroom. There is no communication with the other part of the house. There once was a door through, but Mr. Ackroyd had it blocked up. He liked to feel that his suite was entirely private. To make things clear and explain the position, I have appended a rough sketch of the right-hand wing of the house. The small staircase leads, as Parker explained, to a big bedroom, made by two being knocked into, one and an adjoining bathroom and lavatory. The inspector took in the position at a glance. We went through into the large hall, and he locked the door behind him, slipping the key into his pocket. Then he gave the constable some low-voiced instructions, and the latter prepared to depart. We must get busy on those shoe tracks, explained the inspector. But first of all, I must have a word with Miss Ackroyd. She was the last person to see her uncle alive. Does she know yet? Raymond shook his head. Well, no need to tell her for another 5 minutes. She can answer my questions better without being upset by knowing the truth about her. Uncle, tell her there's been a burglary and ask her if she would mind dressing and coming down to answer a few questions. It was Raymond who went upstairs on this errand. Miss Ackroyd will be down in a minute, he said when he returned. I but told her just what you suggested. In less than 5 minutes, Flora descended the staircase. She was wrapped in a pale pink silk kimono. She looked anxious and excited. The inspector stepped forward. "Good evening, Miss Ackroyd," he said civilly. "We're afraid there's been an attempt at robbery, and we want you to help us." "What's this?" "Room, the billiard room. Come in here and sit down." Flora sat down composedly on the wide divan which ran the length of the wall and looked up at the inspector. "I don't quite understand. What has been stolen? What do you want me to tell you?" "It's just this, Miss Ackroyd. Parker here says you came out of your uncle's study at about 9:45. Is that right?" "Quite right. I had been to say good night to him." "And the time is correct?" "Well, it must have been about then. I can't say exactly. It might have been later." "Was your uncle alone, or was there anyone with him?" "He was alone. Dr. Shepherd had gone." "Did you happen to notice whether the window was open or shut?" Flora shook her head. "I can't say. The curtains were drawn." "Exactly. And your uncle seemed quite as usual?" "I think so." "Do you mind telling us exactly what passed between you?" Flora paused a minute, as though to collect her recollections. "I went in and said, 'Good night, Uncle. I'm going to bed now. I'm tired tonight.' He gave a sort of grunt, and I went over and kissed him, and he said something about my looking nice in the frock I had on, and then he told me to run away as he was busy. So I went." "Did he ask specially not to be disturbed?" "Oh yes, I forgot. He said, 'Tell Parker I don't want anything more tonight, and that he's not to disturb me.' I met Parker just outside the door and gave him Uncle's message." "Just so," said the inspector. "Won't you tell me what it is that has been stolen?" "We're not quite certain," said the inspector hesitatingly. A wide look of alarm came into the girl's eyes. She started up. "What is it? You're hiding something from me?" Moving in his usual unobtrusive manner, Hector Blunt came between her and the inspector. She half stretched out her hand and he took it in, both of his, patting it as though she were a very small child, and she turned to him as though something in his stolid, rock-like demeanor promised comfort and safety. "It's bad news, Flora," he said quietly. "Bad news for all of us. You're but Uncle Roger." "Yes?" "It will be a shock to you, bound to be. Poor Roger's dead." Flora drew away from him, her eyes dilating with horror. "When?" she whispered. "When?" "Very soon after you left him, I'm afraid," said Blunt gravely. Flora raised her hand to her throat, gave a little cry, and I hurried to catch her as she fell. She had fainted, and Blunt and I carried her upstairs and laid her on her bed. Then I got him to wake Mrs. Ackroyd and tell her the news. Flora soon revived, and I brought her mother to her, telling her what to do for the girl. Then I hurried downstairs. Again, Chapter 6, The Tunisian Dagger. I met the inspector just coming from the door which led into the big kitchen quarters. "How's the young lady, Doctor?" "Coming round nicely. Her mother's with her." "That's good. I've been questioning the servants. They all declare that. No one has been to the back door tonight. Your description of that stranger was rather vague. Can't you give us something more definite to go upon?" "I'm afraid not," I said regretfully. "It was a dark night, you see, and the fellow had his coat collar well pulled up and his hat squashed down over his eyes." Said the inspector, looked as though he wanted to conceal his face. "Sure it was no one you know?" I replied in the negative, but not as decidedly as I might have done. I remembered my impression that the stranger's voice was not unfamiliar to me. I explained this rather haltingly to the inspector. "It was a rough, uneducated voice, you say?" I agreed, but it occurred to me that the roughness had been of an almost exaggerated quality, if, as the inspector thought, the man had wished to hide his face, he might equally well have tried to disguise his voice. "Do you mind coming into the study with me again, Doctor? There are one or two things I want to ask you." I acquiesced. Inspector Davis unlocked the door of the lobby. We passed through, and he locked the door again behind him. "We don't want to be disturbed," he said grimly, "and we don't want any." eavesdropping either. What's all this about blackmail? Blackmail, I exclaimed, very much startled. Is it an effort of Parker's imagination? Or is there something in it? If Parker heard anything about blackmail, I said slowly, he must have been listening outside this door with his ear glued against the keyhole. Davis nodded. Nothing more likely. You see, I've been instituting a few inquiries as to what Parker has been doing with himself this evening. To tell the truth, I didn't like his manner. The man knows something. When I began to question him, he got the wind up and plumped out some garbled story of blackmail. I took an instant decision. I'm rather glad you've brought the matter up, I said. I've been trying to decide whether to make a clean breast of things or not. I'd already practically decided to tell you everything, but I was going to wait for a favorable opportunity. You might as well have it now. And then and there I narrated the whole events of the evening as I have set them down here. The inspector listened keenly, occasionally interjecting a question. Most extraordinary story I ever heard, he said when I had finished. And you say that letter has completely disappeared. It looks bad. It looks very bad indeed. It gives us what we've been looking for, a motive for the murder. I nodded. I realized that. You say that Mr. Ackroyd hinted at a suspicion he had that some member of his household was involved? Household's rather an elastic term. You don't think that Parker himself might be the man we're after? I suggested. It looks very like it. He was obviously listening at the door when you came out. Then Miss Ackroyd came across him later bent on entering the study. Say he tried again when she was safely out of the way. He stabbed Ackroyd, locked the door on the inside, opened the window and got out that way and went round to a side door which he had previously left open. How's that? There's only one thing against it, I said slowly. If Ackroyd went on reading that letter as soon as I left, as he intended to do, I don't see him continuing to sit on here and turn things over in his mind for another hour. He'd have had Parker in at once, accused him then and there would have been a fine old uproar. Remember, Ackroyd was a man of choleric temper. Mightn't have had time to go on with the letter just then, suggested the inspector. We know someone was with him at 9:30. If that visitor turned up as soon as you left, and after he went, miss, Ackroyd came in to say good night. Well, he wouldn't be able to go on with the letter until close upon 10 o'clock. And the telephone call? Parker sent that all right, perhaps before he thought of the locked door and open window. Then he changed his mind or got in a panic and decided to deny all knowledge of it. That was it, depend upon it. Yes, I said rather doubtfully. Anyway, we can find out the truth about the telephone call from the exchange. If it was put through from here, I don't see how anyone else but Parker could have sent it. Depend upon it, he's our man. But keep it dark. We don't want to alarm him just yet, till we've got all the evidence. I'll see to it he doesn't give us the slip. To all appearances, we'll be concentrating on your mysterious stranger. He rose from where he had been sitting astride the chair belonging to the desk and crossed over to the still form in the armchair. The weapon ought to give us a clue, he remarked, looking up. It's something quite unique. A curio, I should think, by the look of it. He bent down, surveying the handle attentively, and I heard him give a grunt of satisfaction. Then, very gingerly, he pressed his hands down below the hilt and drew the blade out from the wound, still carrying it. So as not to touch the handle, he placed it in a wide china mug which adorned the mantelpiece. Yes, he said, nodding at it. Quite a work of art. There can't be many of them about. It was indeed a beautiful object, a narrow, tapering blade and a hilt of elaborately intertwined metals of curious and careful workmanship. He touched the blade gingerly with his finger, testing its sharpness, and made an appreciative grimace. Lord, what an edge, he exclaimed. A child could drive that into a man, as easy as cutting butter, a dangerous sort of toy to have about. May I examine the body properly now? I asked. He nodded. Go ahead. I made a thorough examination. "Well," said the inspector when I had finished. "I'll spare you the technical language," I said. "We'll keep that for the inquest. The blow was delivered by a right-handed man, standing behind him, and death must have been instantaneous. By the expression on the dead man's face, I should say that the blow was quite unexpected. He probably died without knowing who his assailant was. Butlers can creep about as soft-footed as cats," said Inspector Davis. "There's not going to be much mystery about this crime. Take a look at the hilt of that dagger." I took the look. "I dare say they're not apparent to you, but I can see them clearly. Enough." He lowered his voice. "Fingerprints." He stood off a few steps to judge of his effect. "Yes," I said mildly. "I guessed that. I do not see why I should be supposed to be totally devoid of intelligence. After all, I read detective stories and the newspapers, and am a man of quite average ability. If there had been toe marks on the dagger handle, now that would have been quite a different thing. I would then have registered any amount of surprise and awe. I think the inspector was annoyed with me for declining to get. Thrilled. He picked up the china mug and invited me to accompany him to the billiard room. "I want to see if Mr. Raymond can tell us anything about this dagger," he explained. Locking the outer door behind us again, we made our way to the billiard room where we found Geoffrey Raymond. The inspector held up his exhibit. "Ever seen this before, Mr. Raymond?" "Why, I'm almost sure that is a curio given to Mr. Ackroyd by Major Blunt. It comes from Morocco, no, Tunis. So the crime was committed with that? What an extraordinary thing. It seems almost impossible, and yet there could hardly be two daggers the same. May I fetch Major Blunt?" Without waiting for an answer, he hurried off. "Nice young fellow that," said the inspector. "Something honest and ingenuous about him." I agreed. In the 2 years that Geoffrey Raymond has been secretary to Ackroyd, I have never seen him ruffled or out of temper. And he has been, I know, a most efficient secretary. In a minute or two, Raymond returned, accompanied by Blunt. "I was right," said Raymond excitedly. "It is the Tunisian dagger." "Major Blunt hasn't looked at it yet," objected the inspector. "Saw it the moment I came into the study," said the quiet man. "You recognized it then?" Blunt nodded. "You said nothing about it," said the inspector suspiciously. "Wrong moment," said Blunt. "Lot of harm done by blurting out things at the wrong time." He returned the inspector's stare placidly enough. The latter grunted at last and turned away. He brought the dagger over to Blunt. "You're quite sure about it, sir? You identify it positively?" "Absolutely, no doubt whatever." "Where was this, curio usually kept? Can you tell me that, sir?" It was the secretary who answered. "In the silver table in the drawing room." "What?" I exclaimed. The others looked at me. "Yes, doctor," said the inspector encouragingly. "It's nothing." "Yes, doctor," said the inspector again, still more encouragingly. "It's so trivial," I explained apologetically. "Only that when I arrived last night for dinner, I heard the lid of the silver table being shut down in the drawing room. I saw profound skepticism and a trace of suspicion on the inspector's countenance. How did you know it was the silver table lid?" I was forced to explain in detail, a long, tedious explanation which I would infinitely rather not have had to make. The inspector heard me to the end. "Was the dagger in its place when you were looking over the contents?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "I can't say I remember noticing it. But of course, it may have been there all the time." "We'd better get hold of the housekeeper," remarked the inspector, and pulled the bell. A few minutes later, Miss Russell, summoned by Parker, entered the room. "I don't think I went near the silver table," she said, when the inspector had posed his question. "I was looking to see that all the flowers were fresh. Oh yes, I remember now, the silver table was open, which it had no business to be, and I shut the lid down as I passed." She looked at him aggressively. "I see," said the inspector. "Can you tell me if this dagger was in its place then?" Miss Russell looked at the weapon composedly. "I can't say, I'm sure," she replied. "I didn't stop to look, I knew. The family would be down any minute, and I wanted to get away." "Thank you," said the inspector. There was just a trace of hesitation in his manner, as though he would have liked to question her further, but Miss Russell clearly accepted the words as a dismissal and glided from the room. "Rather a Tartar, I should fancy, eh?" said the inspector, looking after her. "Let me see. This silver table is in front of one of the windows, I think you said, Doctor?" Raymond answered for me. "Yes, the left-hand window." "And the window was open?" "They were both ajar." "Well, I don't think we need go into the question much further. Somebody, I'll just say somebody, could get that dagger any time he liked, and exactly when he got it doesn't matter in the least. I'll be coming up in the morning with the chief constable, Mr. Raymond. Until then, I'll keep the key of that door. I want Colonel Melrose to see everything exactly as it is. I happen to know that he's dining out the other side of the county, and I believe staying the night." We watched the inspector take up the jar. "I shall have to pack this carefully," he observed. "It's going to be an important piece of evidence in more ways than one." A few minutes later, as I came out of the billiard room with Raymond, the latter gave a low chuckle of amusement. I felt the pressure of his hand on my arm and followed the direction of his eyes. Inspector Davis seemed to be inviting Parker's opinion of a small pocket diary. "A little obvious," murmured my companion. "So Parker is the suspect, is he? Shall we oblige Inspector Davis with a set of our fingerprints? Also?" He took 2 cards from the card tray, wiped them with his silk handkerchief, then handed one to me and took the other himself. Then, with a grin, he handed them to the police inspector. "Souvenirs," he said. "No. 1 Dr. Shepherd, num 2, my humble self. 1 from Major Blunt will be forthcoming in the morning." Youth is very buoyant. Even the brutal murder of his friend and employer could not dim Geoffrey Raymond's spirits for long. Perhaps that is as it should be. I do not know. I have lost the quality of resilience long since myself. It was very late when I got back, and I hoped that Caroline would have gone to bed. I might have known better. She had hot cocoa waiting for me, and whilst I drank it, she extracted the whole history of the evening from me. I said nothing of the blackmailing business, but contented myself with giving her the facts of the murder. "The police suspect Parker," I said as I rose to my feet and prepared to ascend to bed. "There seems a fairly clear case against him." "Parker," said my sister. "Fiddlesticks. That inspector must be a perfect fool. Parker indeed. Don't tell me." With which obscure pronouncement we went up to bed.